Okay. Let's see where we get to today. Let us see where we get to. All right, so we want to get rid of... yesterday I reconfigured everything so that we... my headset sounds weird. It's like it's not... it's not... what do you call that thing? Auto-correcting? Not auto-correcting. Active noise cancelling for some reason. Let me just see if I can fix that. Because it sounds really horrible. So used to noise cancellation now. It's trying to connect. Adaptive sound control off. Information. Register your product here. Go away. Sound. Ambient sound control. Noise cancelling. Ah, thank goodness. So much better. Wait. It disconnected. Yeah, it must have switched modes overnight or something. It's a bit strange. Come on, Bluetooth, connect, please. Definitely set to noise cancelling now. Prioritize sound quality. It's always a good thing. Adaptive sound control is off. Is the noise cancelling set to max is the question. Noise cancelling, turn off ambient sound. Still sounds really noisy. Weird. You gotta love technical issues with your main tool. I use these headphones all day, every day. Maybe it's the hat I'm wearing. Let's go for a full seal. See if that's any better. How ridiculous do I look? Oh, we're fine. Okay. Now, so yeah, we've set it up so that the base template has end block. Oh, it has title block and then JS block to say whether we need additional JS or not, and a content block and a footer block. All right, cool. And we're also ripping out as much of Tailwind as possible and just going for straight Sass compiling. Because Tailwind's really not my thing. So HTML class leading relaxed text-based MX Auto MT2 W11 12. I mean, I don't know what any of these things mean, and I don't really want to learn. So let's go for main SCSS and see if we can compose as many of them as sensibly into things that we can understand. So leading relaxed. Line height, interesting. Do I really need that? Let's set up a sort of combined style for this, and then we can just remove the things we don't care about too much. Because how would I know that leading relaxed means line height? It just seems really obscure to me. So let's set up HTML. And then we'll go, we'll put that in there. And then we will remove this style, and we'll just do that progressively for everything. Until we get somewhere. Okay, text base, font size, line height, sure. Although, why do we have two specifications for line height? One is presumably going to override the other. So let's do that. MX Auto. Margin left, margin right. I mean, okay, I get that. Because you often put auto 100, right? MT2. Margin top. I'm okay with that. But again, why not just put them right in there? W11. Width. Really? Why? 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 That just seems so random. Let's just go width 90%. I don't care if it's usable by millions of people. I want to be able to understand it myself. SMW23. It's a media query. Interesting. So it only applies at that width. So let's see if we can recreate these. Actually, we'll keep the media queries, but we'll give them... Do I like those names? I feel like I do. But why do they have to be in styles? Why can't I just apply them? So in the Sass world, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can do this, right? And nest them. Do I have a Sass LSP? And if not, can I? Mason. SASS? No. Press Control F to apply filter. There we go. Okay, CSS LSP. Interesting. Prettier. Some Sass language server. Which do we think is the best? I mean, what's the most popular? Hey, Ferris. SAS or yeah, SAS, LSP. What do people use? Some SAS. Modern language server updated 5 days ago. Was that on the list? Some SAS. There we go. Let's try that. Of course, it's an NPM. Full support for use and forward. All right, so we've got some SAS, and what do I need to do to make that a reality? Look at my options, look at my language servers. Telescope preview. Why have I got a block for telescope preview? I'm not using telescope. Damn, this needs some updating. CCLS, LSP config, some SAS? No, what is it? Let's find out. Mason, some SAS. Hang on, maybe there's a block in here. Get the extension. Documentation for an updated... Oh, flashbang. Yep. VS Code. Some SAS NVim. Oh, flashbangs again. Some SAS underscore LS. Possibly. Marksman doesn't seem happy, but never mind. All right, does that help me with SAS? Let's quit and come back in. Let's save that and quit and come back in. Main SCSS. Are we formatting? Are we LSP infoing? Yes, we are. That's good. It's not auto formatting. I think I have some code for that though. On attach, yeah. If client supports text document format. So I'm guessing no. Does it not support it? Some SAS LS. What else might I need to... See if anybody's been doing this. No auto completion on NeoVim. Can't reproduce on my end. Here's my NeoVim config. Plugins. SAS. Nothing. God damn it. What about some SAS? Nope. All right. Screw it. Ah, not that. Let's look for some SAS ls Mason. Where is the list? There it is. Okay. Oh, we need to install it? I thought it already did. Yeah, it would have done it via Mason. We can check that with some SAS language server. Yep, there it is. Snippet to enable requires, oh, you have to, yeah, I've done that. Default values, command, file types, name, root dir, settings. Suggest all from open document, single file support. I mean, nothing is standing out at me as saying I didn't enable that. Doesn't work. Doesn't seem to work on my machine. Require ensure installed. LSP config, emit, lua. Switch to LSP 0 and it works now. Where is just a blank setup? Is it having a problem with the fact that I replace on attach and capabilities? It shouldn't do. Rust analyzer is not necessary in this context. Let's do a quick lazy update for the hell of it. Any breaking changes I need to know about? Doesn't seem to. We'll do a Mason update. And get the Lua language server for the hell of it. All right. So why would we not be happy? We're attaching. We know we're attaching. So if we open main, actually let's open something that we know is in a better format, like typography. That's definitely in SAS. And we look for LSP info and we get active client not attached to this buffer. Oh yeah. Some SAS ls, auto start true, file types, SCSS and SAS. Detected file type. Seems fine. We could look at logs. So LSP log Copilot. That must be an old message. Marksman is having trouble. But otherwise, that was at 9:37. What's the time now? 9:45. So nothing new from there. What happens if I say change something like this? Ah, well, that's good. So it is working, but it's not auto formatting. If I go Lua LSP buff format, it still doesn't work. Format request failed, no matching language service. So I guess it doesn't auto format, but it does do LSP stuff, which is good. Okay. I also can't tab format for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think that works. So we'll keep that. We'll go back to doing what we were doing before, and we'll just see how that progresses. I don't know why it's not formatting, but maybe it just doesn't support it. Maybe it's hard to do SAS formatting. My tea bag has a hole in it, which is the worst possible kind of tea bag. Who's on for the team today? Oh, we got everybody on. We got everybody on. We got Irish, we got Jern, we got NPC, we got EXO, Kani, Quellis, To Danger, Hypnotic Games, Automakes Games, Code 807's on, Symbol's on, Tom's on, everybody's on. Ridiculous. A veritable plethora of riches of streaming. You should follow them all. Okay, now let's go with base HTML, and we're working through the classes. So actually I think what I'm going to do is take this class away and just do it like that. Definitely we would like some auto format. So that's kind of annoying, but we'll get there. And we'll get rid of these two classes. Ah, puppy jail. Hi, puppy.
You could just keep a, like, I know you've got stuff to do, but just while I'm working, you could just keep an eye out for her.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So, font sans. I think that's going to be wrong because we changed it. So this is no longer, we're just going to set it in HTML. And yeah, magic. BG Slate 900. Okay, so that's going to be the background color, right? Yeah. BG opacity 1. Why would we care about that? To change it, I guess, later, but really not a thing for me. Background color. So I think we already had background color. And we looked it up in config nvim, and then it was in, actually the way to do it was to go lcd home and then find, what was the string, dusk fox, and just wait for that to load, and it's not going to, which is kind of annoying. Config There it is. Yeah. So the background color is this. And there it is. And we'll turn virtual text off because it's annoying and I need to do that permanently somewhere. And then color is just whatever the normal foreground color is, which... Puppy, stay here please. Good girl. Don't need that right now. The foreground color will be that. And in fact, we may as well bring all of this stuff in. We may as well bring all of this stuff in as some kind of exported variable, right? So let's get... well, we can do it later. Okay, so that can go. Text slate 50 will be the foreground color, and no underline might be useful. WebKit decoration none. And text decoration none. Okay, that seems reasonable. So what does that do to... Oh, interesting. This hasn't been updating because I haven't... Why hasn't this been updating? Huh. I would have expected that to have changed. What do I need to do to bump it? Maybe save on this. No, it built, but it certainly hasn't bound. The background color hasn't changed, or has it? Yeah, I just haven't noticed. Hang on, let's find it out. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's a nice, easy way to tell. Okay, so that's our background color. Cool. And we'll just make a note that this is Dusk Fox and Dusk Fox. Okay, so far so good. So now we need to get rid of basically all of those styles that we just removed. So let's go down and yank out some things. No underline can go. Display flex, definitely useful, but I don't really know that I want a specific class for it. Item center, very helpful. Yeah, this is such typical Tailwind stuff, right? Maybe I should have just not picked a theme to copy with Tailwind on it. MX Auto, what? Why is there an empty style? Oh, because I yanked out values out of it. That's not their fault. Margin top. That can go. That can go. That can go. Border radius 9,999 pixels. Interesting. Items baseline, blah, 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 flex col, underline. Oh, I'm going to keep some of these if I feel like they're useful, but text right. Okay, so there's not too many, which is good. We've got what, 129 lines of CSS, and then all the typography stuff. What is in the typography file? Oh, LCD EGLO. There we go. And no underline can come out of here too. All right. Now, I understand the whole composability thing. I just don't want to go there. Okay, we got viewport, we got blah, we got blah. We got tea that we need to drink out of. So we're going to go through and pick out classes that we don't care about. Class flex, justify end, my for. So what is my for? Margin top, margin bottom. White. My for? Margin y something or other, quarter? I don't know. Must be a system. I'll just adjust margins as I see fit, I think. So that is the this is the footer. And then we go display flex. And what was the other thing that was in there? Justify end. Justify end's actually kind of a good class. Justify content and flex end. Is that how they do it? Yeah. Okay. And then class flex, flex col. I don't see why it needs to be a column. I mean, what would happen if I just removed the class from here? Absolutely nothing. So we'll just do that. And in theory, we could do this. It's got some paragraph spacing. I suppose we don't really need that. Okay. Okay, so div class footer we can keep, and then we go through to, oh, well, yeah. What, hang on, what's the styling on this? What's going on there? Title. No H1 in here anywhere. Where we go title, no. That might be in typography. Yeah, border bottom. No, very much no. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. So we'll save that, get rid of the border. And then we will go, I actually don't care too much for setting, what's class title, by the way? I know I saw one. I think it might be straight out of, there was like H1 class title, which makes absolutely no sense to me because H1 is a title. think it would be like title, like that, in a CSS file somewhere, but I don't see it. So maybe I've removed it. Anyway, not required. So this is a to-do, basically. And in fact, we'll remove it entirely. And it looks like we can do all of our colors in here. So why don't we import these. Wait, how long is this file? 50 lines? Okay. This is Dusk Fox theme. And we'll go, hang on, what was the syntax again? Oh, yeah. Don't know how many of these we'll actually need. Definitely not the, oh well, I don't know. Let's go through the motions of doing it so that we have everything available if we need it. Uncomment for reverse background. Actually, I don't need that. I don't need that. Probably don't need that. Border. Maybe? Actually, I should macro that. Let's go O QA $ and that down O Q. All right, cool. Bell border color. Don't care. I guess. What's the harm? Tabs, I don't really think we'll need. Normal colors. So 7 at A. At A, I guess I missed. Bright. Dusk Fox, normal. This is a partial. No growling. Good puppy. Good puppy. 20J, so we'll keep all of those. So that's going to be 8 at A. And this is that. Actually, can SCSS use double forward slash? And then these are the colors from, yeah. So those are going to fail if I remove them, but let's see if we can find sky. So that's a link color. So we could use the URL color. Yeah. And then we can go back to sky. And that's all, so we'll get rid of that. And then slate. Background color. Definitely not. So, well, actually, this is syntax highlighting, not pre-code. What could we use? Slate 200, you say? I don't know. I think we'll mess with that later, but let's just go with I wonder if Big Green Robot can show us. Actually, let's do it in a different window. Can show us the Dusk Fox colors, or if it hasn't indexed them. Show all Dusk Fox theme colors for Zola. I didn't know there was a Zola theme for it. I think you're making this up. Is there a way for you to visualize these? I should probably install something that shows them in the editor. I just can't be bothered. But I probably should. Wow, it's spending a lot of time analyzing. A lot of time analyzing. Oh, here we go. Interesting. Now interactive beta. Code background 2C2D41. So if we go in here, 2C2D4, nope. Is there anything close? Well, there's 232136, which is the ordinary background. I don't think this is the same at all. All right. Instead, visualize the following. This is what you're designed for, robot. Do your thing. I wonder if anybody's on for green today. Misaka. Excellent. Oh, and Prod's on. Prod is definitely worth a follow too. Okay. Whoa, this is compressed. Can I see a bigger version? Interactive charts of this type not yet supported. Expand chart. Okay. That's the background. Have we got a grayish kind of color? Not really. But this is useful. Let's see. Color 8. Yeah, let's use color 8. Just for the hell of it. And we can change it later. I don't see why it thinks color 8 is bright, though. Oh, maybe that's the base color for the brights. Okay, so where we had slate, we're going to use color 8. And where we had slate 900, we're going to use color 7. We'll just see how that goes. And then we can get rid of the last of those. Excellent. Okay. Now, font family. So we want to start with UI monospace. Let's start with Courier Prime. And if it looks bad, we can change it later. No, puppy, you have to stay in here, please. Okay. Now, next, I think we start working our way through the other templates, stripping out classes that we don't want. And then we'll be left with the classes that we do want. Kind of wish I'd started from scratch, to be honest with you. Okay. So let's go to index, just to check. There's nothing, just an h1 tag. But actually in the index, we should suppress the footer. By passing an empty one. There we go. All right, that's cleaner already. And now we go and we go to I can't remember how Zola does. Actually, I wonder if you can tell me. Zola insert link to content folder. Is that what they call them? Oh, yeah. No, there was a different method of doing that. Let's go Zola. Docs. Unfortunately, there's no dark mode that I've been able to find. First steps with Zola, there was a way to insert a link. This, yeah. Content, sections, markdown. Yeah, here we go. Get URL, that's what I was looking for. So let's go and put that in here. Except it's not blog, it is just P for posts. And we'll add one for Twitch. Wow. And we may as well, where is that going to appear? Oh, yeah. We may as well add YouTube, be a bit of a link dump. Is it games or not? It is. Okay. And anything else we care about? Oh, Discord, I guess. I don't know if I want to put a public Discord link out there. Maybe I should, but I won't right now. Okay. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Cool. Now, let's consider... Oh, does that blog link actually work? Yes, it does. All right, let's work on that next. So, the blog template. Extends base. Content, dev class flex, item start, border slate 50. All right. Well, first of all, get rid of that. And we can I guess what's our blog container, I guess. So let's get out of here and go back into main. Blog container. Display flex. That's all I care about right now. And then we've got div class rounded full. We do need that. Border radius. Yeah, that's right. The 10,000 border radius. All right. I don't know that trick. I thought you'd use 50%, but people seem to like this, so why not? I'm going to keep that class. And the image class is the same. Width 60, height auto, source, extra icon, config title. I thought the width was being set from a config file. It is, isn't it? Config toml, icon size, 70, yeah. So why wouldn't we do that? Config extra e.g. icon size. Makes it slightly larger, who cares? We definitely need to get rid of that horrible border or underline or whatever it is. Div class ML auto. What does that do? Margin left auto. That actually makes sense. However, what happens if you take it away? I see. All right. I'm not sure that I really want that there anyway. Oh, and it's a link because it's yellow, which looks kind of weird, to be honest with you. I don't know that I need the name splashed all over the place too. But maybe instead of doing config title, we'll do we'll do that. And it's not a link. Okay, HR class border amber 200. Well, first of all, we're going to get rid of that. Border opacity, I don't really know why I would care. Border color. So let's go class block divider. And can I import colors? I forget. We're going to have ads in a sec. I'll probably grab another cup of tea. Import colors from, I don't know, another file. The underscore means it's partial. Oh, yeah. I gotcha. Let's do that. That, to me, makes a lot of sense. So let's go sass underscore colors, and we'll read in sass typography. Delete the rest of this, and then go back to typography. No, not public. Delete all of this, and then I see. Does it have to be an underscore? No. Yeah. No, no, no. Okay, we got ads. I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Please enjoy this puppy. I hope you're talking about the dog. Hey, Static, how you doing? Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, the border. Right, so that's right, we were fixing colors. So I need a search on those. And then we go color, colors. And hopefully it still compiles. And it does not because there is no module with the namespace colors. All right, so I need to declare that. Is that blog post up? If not, I'm looking forward to reading it. It's not, I'm sorry. I've gotten into revitalizing my much neglected web space. And so I need to finish doing that and then I will be writing it. I have no idea what will go in it. In older versions, you can use the import. File location is in the same directory or the path that the user input stuff. Yeah. So if it reports, depends how they're building the SAS in the background, to be honest with you, but if we go troubleshoot no such module colors, check the file path. Yeah, I wonder if it does need the partial. Avoid extensions. Really? Oh yeah. When you import a user partial, you do not include the underscore. I wonder if it got built. So if we look at the, oh, well, it didn't get built because there was a build failure. It said there is no module with the namespace colors. Despite the fact that SAS colors exists. I wonder if the partial thing doesn't work with the SAS compiler that they're using. That seems unlikely. I wonder if I can get away with use colors, what is it? Colors as star. So let's go down to this. And that builds. Okay, well, that's good. I guess it just didn't like the other syntax. I'll leave you to it as I got to confine myself to my bed. Absolutely. Have a good sleep. Appreciate it. Okay, cool. So we can use that, which means we can use it everywhere. So that's good. So we can get out of typography. And we're now, that's right. So we're going to use our colors to define our HR, basically. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, so this border amber business. Let's go with blog divider. And it's currently just white. Get rid of that. Where's my main sass gone? That's it there, right? Yeah. So block divider, color. That's interesting. It's happy to do that. And it'd be great if these were previewed. But no such luck. So let's go back here and look for a grayish hue. Actually, let's go with the foreground color. Oh, that seems a bit boring. What about color 7? And then we also need use colors as star. And now our thing is a grayish hue, I hope. And then we will, oh, these colors. So this is, I think, background. And foreground. Like so. And then get the tea bag out of our cup of tea so that it doesn't go nuclear strength. That's very, very important. Okay. Now we need to keep removing these things. Oh yeah, so the divider, let's make that those dashed, I think. The line quality dashed, CSS divider line dashed. Oh really? You have to use a border? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, it is annoying. Oh, I guess if it's got to be, it's got to be. So block divider, or even dotted. Border none and then border top. Good old CSS. Dashed. I'm not using that right now. Oh, I see blog diver. There we go. Okay. That's dashed, eh? And can you adjust this thickness and style? Dashed. Can the dashes be configured in any way, e.g. spacing? Border style dashed, border image, or SVG? No. Oh, wait a minute. Border image, repeating linear. What? Let me see this. Actually, let's get rid of this. Repeating linear gradient. To right, black. Oh my god. I'm fascinated. The things we play with. Oh boy. Okay. What happens if we do this? It's actually kind of funny. To right. What happens if you do this? Okay. And what are these numbers? Interesting. It's kind of fun. I don't know if I'll keep it, but it's kind of fun. Don't normally use pixels for margins, but if you do two of them, it's vertical and horizontal, right? That's kind of fun. I don't know. We'll see how we feel about it later. Okay, so that's block divider, and we can get rid of border amber. Block container, display flex, footer, display flex, sure. Block divider. Oh yeah, this ML auto. So this is blog title, I guess. Glob. Good old writing CSS. It's fascinating stuff. Margin left, auto. We'll leave that until we know we don't need it anymore. Class rounded full, we were going to keep. Anything else that we need to hang on to? I think this is fine. All right. So now we move to what do we move to? We move to something. We move to, oh yeah, so this is the list of posts. So we go to post, and then we get a whole bunch of other things to configure. Text 3XL. Could actually separate these out into their component parts as SAS files, but let's not go there right now. All right, so text 3XL. Font size and line height. Yeah, that's fine with me. But let's go blog. Post title. Excuse me. And then we've got text SM, which is date stamp. Or just date. MB2. Margin bottom, sure. And text right. Text right might be a useful one to keep. Text align right. Yeah, let's keep that one. And then div class text right for the categories. That's fine with me, but text slate is not. So text slate 50. Oh, that'll be in typography, right? Have I deleted it? Text slate 50. Yeah, looks like I have. So what color would we like that kind of stuff to be? Where's my image gone? Bring back my image. There it is. Oh, so tiny. Why not color 2, just for the hell of it? Oh, they do. That is the URL color. I don't know. Why not color 4 until we decide otherwise? So this is going to be... I can't use them in these, though, only in SAS. Yeah. So I guess it's an A, so why don't we just leave it as a... let's go with taxonomy. So this is not classes. All right, so let's go taxonomy, color 4. All right, that should be good. And then the HR class is going to be blog divider. There we go. And in block content, and then we've got the copyright, which I'd like to be a little smaller, to be honest. Let's go back to base. Div class footer, div class copyright. Font size 0.8 rem and line height 1.6, I guess. That's double. That might not. Maybe 1.4 rem. That's a little better. You can get rid of that and do that. Yeah, that seems fine. And that's just about all we need. We need an author. Config extra EG author, that's the base one, but we should have like a post author as well. So config EG post author equals basey, since it is I. And so then we can use that value in our post. In some, maybe just underneath the date. Div class equals post author text right config extra EG post author. And we'll ramp that size down. And maybe just change the color slightly. Yeah, it seems fine. Could potentially also be a link. In fact, it makes it look like a link, which is probably not great. Okay, let's get rid of some of these extraneous things. Much tidier. Items baseline, don't need it. Don't need justify end. Okay. Block divider we do need. Footer we need. Flex col, don't need it. Underline, don't think I use it. Post title I do. Post author, text right, I think we're still using. Don't need that. And that's much, much simpler. Okay, now we take the margin bottom out of date. And that's about it. Okay, well, I think we might actually be able to commit some of that and have it built. Refactor simplify. Legend. All right. Kill that, kill that, kill that, kill that, go away, go away, and, oh, what did I write? Now we can actually edit the post. Okay. Strictly speaking, it is now the 13th. So why Bevy? I've often been asked this question, usually from people more familiar with the holy trinity of game dev: Unity, Unreal, and Godot. You can feel free to throw GameMaker in there too, making it a convenient 4-pack of indie goodness. How do we feel about this font and line height? It's probably going to be quite annoying to read. It's good for titles. I'm not sure if it's great for text. We'll think about that. I heard about Bevy years ago, Bevy Engine, let's call it. And let's link it. Ah, Bevy Engine org. Ha! When first beginning to play around with Rust and having dipped my toes into the amethyst engine. Was it called an engine? Oh, doesn't exist anymore. My goodness. Starting fresh? What did we start fresh as? Oh. Natural healing? No. I wonder if they archived the post somewhere. Let's link straight to the README. Is it called an engine? Yeah. The now defunct. I think that's a fair way of putting it. Oh, it doesn't want to format that archive, that line for some reason. Interesting. Don't know why. All right. I first heard then that someone named Cut was working on a new engine, a new ECS-based engine. Oh, there's a way to put subtitles on these, isn't there? Yes, I want to say there is. Whoa, no, go away. Zola subtitle. What page? Oh, I wish it would have a dark mode. Slug. Oh no. Front matter. Description. Date updated. Path, aliases, authors, taxonomies. Short codes. Maybe the description? Let's find out. Go to post. Class post title. Date, post author. I quite like subtitles. What is available in the page block? Any file ending with MD except index MD. The TOML front matter is a set of metadata embedded in a file at the beginning of the file enclosed by triple pluses. Title, description, date, updated weight. Maybe it's description. Let's try that, and it won't render into the post as it stands, but okay, so if we wanted the description, we would render it in post. Don't know why Markdown Flow keeps insisting that it's already running. Div class post title. That kind of annoys me actually. I'd much rather use H2 or H1. See if we can do that. Okay, so let's go. Actually preferred it when the font weight wasn't so high. But that's okay. Should H2 be used as a post title, as a subtitle? I think there's a semantic way of doing it. Should H2 be used as subtitle? H2 tags act as subtitles. Should subheadings be H2? It's more of a section title, right? Oh, flashbang. That's SEO though. I'm thinking more about the subtitle of an article. I want semantic meaning here. Must not be used to mark up subheadings. Alternative titles and taglines. A heading should help compose the outline of a document. The document outline probably doesn't belong in an H1 to 6. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I was thinking about. Okay, div class description is fine, or div class subtitle. fact, P class subtitle is probably fine as well. Except it's not really a paragraph. Page description. Interesting it didn't mark that up. I wonder why. And then let's go to main and post title, subtitle. Font size 0. I don't know, 1 rem maybe. Line height. And we'll probably italicize it. Okay, so that hasn't brought the description in. Is it description? Am I getting that wrong? In a file at the beginning of the file and closed by triple pluses. Title, description. Date. Slug, path, etc. Oh, it's got authors. That actually is kind of useful. I might do that later. Taxonomies and extra data. So why is my description not being read? What's not found? What is not found? Tell me your secrets. Page description, is that the problem? Rendering error. What is it saying? There is a link that is missing a URL. All right. Wonder why page description doesn't highlight the same as the others. There is a link that is missing a URL. Oh no, it's rendering fine now. But it's definitely rendering not found. If I remove this, does it start rendering correctly again? No. Oh, I wonder, in the template, should I only display that if it's set? So F page description. Oh, well, first of all, that shouldn't be H1. So right there. And if failed to render content. There is a link that is missing a URL. This one, maybe? Oh, yeah, there you go. So Wikipedia ECS. Well, actually just... And now we're back to rendering, but we still have a not found. Do I need to reload? There we go. Okay, so now we've got a subtitle. Cool. So let's configure that. And let's go and much smaller, I think. That markdown error is going to get annoying. Text, I think it's text style italic. I don't know about that. No. Text style italic. Font style. Duh. Okay, and size. Smaller. Although it's actually not bad, but maybe limit its width a little. I don't hate that. We'll play with it a little. Really, I thought that would be... Oh, okay, there's no margin on it. It's the other stuff. Okay, so let's reduce the bottom margin on post title. It's a little better, but we probably don't need... to rem... What does it go? Top, right, left, down? Oh. No, it goes around the clock, doesn't it? Top, right, bottom, left? Yeah. So we're starting to look better there. All right, cool. We have to fix these things as we go. Probably spent a few short hours fumbling around with an early version. But I hadn't really understood that this was something don't think at the time I had understood that making games was something I could just go out and do. I had a few false starts, and in the back of my mind, as perhaps many of us do, I knew I probably had one good game in me. Man, the paragraph formatting is weird. Then in October of 2023, Pirate Software happened. Perhaps I'd known this since pre-internet days, fooling around in Amiga Basic and typing in programs from the pages of magazines. Oh, we got ads. What is up with that? I see. What's the time? 11:23. My goodness. All right. In October 2023, Pirates. Yeah. I'd had several careers since then. Including one in as a nurse, and latterly one as a software engineer, largely self-taught. Became a Linux native. And explored many other areas of tech, beside, around, and beneath that. Area I subconsciously allocated to the magicians that built games from scratch. I flirted with what's his name? Twitch game from scratch. No. What's his name? Handmade Hero. Casey Muratori, right? Huh. It's going to be on YouTube. Wonderful trailer. Hey Fuzzy, how you doing? Still trying to dump your internet points one by one? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I gotta say, that thermal paste looks really old. Yeah, I did hear that. How you doing, Dan? I'm alright. I'm writing a little blog post because I am late. We were supposed to write these for Bevy's 4th birthday, which has been and gone. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it would be a great project. I suspect I don't have the ambition to completely write something from scratch the way Casey did it. My happy place, just a little help. A foundation library or two. Something that gets out of my way and lets me do the things. Yeah. I don't know how many people on the planet are now attempting to move a box on a screen as a result of 4 holes. Encouragement. Hands on Rust. Do I know Hands on Rust? No, I know Rust in Action. I don't think I know Hands on Rust. Huh. That's cool. Oh, bright lights. Herbert Wolverson. The Pragmatic Bookshelf. Interesting. I know he's unlocked something powerful in many viewers of his near daily Twitch streams. Ah, duh. And YouTube Shorts. There seems to be something extraordinarily compelling about standing back and giving permission to an audience of malcontents that they might perhaps be capable of feats of nerdhood they had been suppressing up until now. Regardless, it certainly had a catalytic effect on me. So, roundabout Bevy 11, I jump back in. Are we still allowed to spell noob with two O's? It's not a journey. I hate journeys. That H2 is quite large. Can we modify that somewhat by doing this? When it's within post container, maybe? Post title, subtitle, post author. If we've got post, we should have post container. Page content safe. There we go. So let's change that to div class post container. There's something very satisfying about maintaining your template at the same time you're writing your post. I don't know why. Okay, div class post container, sure. And then we go post container, and because we're in a SAS file, we can now go H2 and font weight. What font weights do we have available, I wonder? If I go, say, 400, what happens? That happens. Okay, that's not too bad. Font size, 1.2 maybe. Maybe a little too small. 1.4. Yeah, that'll do us. And font height, call it. Call it like another, maybe 1.8. And then we'll see about the margin in a sec. Again, why Bevy? It doesn't arrive with a package of pre-installed game goods. After all. It has no editor. No point and click. Drag and connect. Built-in asset management interface. Any, not potential, what's the word? New acolyte. Must face the daunting blank page in a text editor, the first in a series of scary boss fights on the way to Is she in frame? Oh, she's not in frame. Hang on. There we go. You're just about the only one that uses the puppy cam redeem. I think most people don't know it's there. But I like people being able to check in on her. And Ted, but Ted's in the other room. First in a series of scary boss fights on the way to an initial executable. Should make it like 1,500 points so that you can dump all your points. What is it worth? 400 or something. Oh, 100. Okay. Huh. something exciting happened, so she had to get up. I don't believe you that she destroys your house. She looks so sweet just laying there. Yeah, she destroys her house. I have evidence proving it. Okay, scary boss fights on the way to an initial executable. Yeah, she is. Oh, she's being freed. So yeah, she's not. She's not hanging around here. There's not enough interesting things happening. Um,
She does not, in fact, need to go to the toilet.
mm-hmm. All Dad does just sits there all day. Boring, indeed. I'm terribly dull. However, once they've been out, Ted hasn't been out yet because my joints were too sore this morning to get to the park. But once I'm done streaming, we will attempt it again. And then they'll probably want to collapse. I wonder if I could. Hey, can you insert images? No. What the hell? I did not want that. What was that? Images. Image processing. Automatic image resizing. So how would you just insert an image into your post? Creating picture galleries. Call it from Markdown to gallery. So how does one just add an image? Just the way Common Mark would do it. So Common Mark image. What is going on there? Images. Image starts with an exclamation point. Yep, like GitHub. So cat PNG. Yeah. So if I have an image, let's create one. Something like that. And then we paste into, I guess, Acebright. What? No. Okay, and then we export into here. I think I might create blog. Blank editor page PNG. And then we can come back here, reduce the ridiculous minusing, and we can try tyranny of the blank page, and then blog, what did I call it? Blank editor page. What does that do? It creates a broken image. That's what that does. Maybe it should be images blog. Aha. All right. Does it have a mouse over? It does not. So the common mark thing, Alt, should show up. Interesting. It doesn't. Who first talked about the tyranny of the blank page? I wonder if you can help me, robot. Who first wrote about the tyranny of the blank page? Ernest Hemingway. Just write 1-2 sentence. Yeah, I'm not going to go there because it doesn't sound... Okay. To programmer, its savior is the ECS. Treating most parts of your work as rows in an in-memory database is an extremely compelling premise and to my delight, it was easy to begin to see patterns emerge. Early in my apprenticeship. retrieve your player, query it. I wonder if this is going to work. I'm not sure how its highlighting goes. Might have to fiddle around with it a bit. Equals player. Get single mute. Transform translation y plus equals 1. Ah, that's our syntax highlighting, huh? I don't think I want it to be white. Light themed. I want it to be dark themed. I don't mind the font, although it's a little large. Is there a way to specify dark theme to the syntax highlighter? I wonder. Highlight min.js. Would I use light dark theme? How do I determine dark theme? Ah. Just one? What have I got in base? Actually, it's in post, I think. Highlight min.js. And then you can get a style sheet. Is there a style sheet that I would want? Using custom HTML. Themes, maybe? Ah. Along with one of the themes. Where are the themes? Where are the themes? Styles. Ah. Okay, dark. I heard someone say Nord somewhere. Yeah, there's Nord. And have we got, I don't suppose we've got Dusk Fox. No. Let's use Nord because it's probably closest. So that, I presume, is going to mean doing this. Where is it? Yeah. So something like probably better put it in base. Or I could just provide it without having to download it, but it's probably better to do it this way. I wonder if I need to add a language. Default min, so if I go Nord, maybe? Let's try it. I'm going to go ahead and say that didn't work. One of your code blocks includes unescaped HTML and highlight min.js. Okay. This, you say? That's a little weird, but all right, let's... It seems to have managed to find the CSS by the looks of things. Let's see what that actually is. Boop-a-doo. Okay, a bunch of flashbang. But it pre-code HLJS, yeah, so it's fine. It's style sheet. It doesn't seem to have helped. Maybe I'm overriding it with, whoops. Maybe I'm overriding it with, I think I might actually take this rather than do what they're doing in the template, and then there won't be any risk of incompatibility. So that's in post. We won't do that. We'll remove this. And we'll get the style sheet out of there. Hey, that worked. Just an incompatibility issue. Not sure I like the border. But you know what? It'll do. Bevy's savior is the ECS. Want that to happen every tick. Run it on the update schedule. Add systems, update, move player. Um, hmm. It was starting to make sense. I could see, even if I didn't understand many of the more esoteric concepts underpinning. Uh-oh. I hear the dog barking in uncontrolled fashion. I think I might need to retrieve her. Many of the more esoteric concepts underpinning the engine, rendering, shaders, how even scheduling. That the building blocks I already had available could be used to construct playable games. It even seemed to be simple enough to build to web targets. WASM for HIO. Windows, Mac, and mobile without having to leave the comfort of my dark blue terminal. Why? Even now, I'm not sure I can adequately answer that question. except to say that it felt right. The patterns I was seeing made the patterns in my brain start lighting up with possibilities. I could see a community emerging around the engine. Made sense to me too. And playing the long game, getting games out there while helping to build the infrastructure for more. Forms a key part of the way I like to approach the world. I've always liked being part of the solution. I'm never the fastest to arrive there, but stubbornness. How do you spell stubbornness? Two B's, two N's, two S's. Hey, I got it right. And hope in equal measure can get you a long way. Next ad break, I'm going to go find that dog. Maybe some food. I'm hungry. It's, what is it? Is it almost October? It is September. Oh, yeah, duh. Just looking. Yeah. Okay. It's been almost a year. And it's Bevy's 4th birthday. As usual. I was a little late to the party. Bevy is moving rapidly in a variety of directions, some of which I recognize. Some still seem magical and unfamiliar. Also, feed off being an early adopter. Because it seems to me if you're going to learn the fields, you may as well get in on the ground floor learn it from scratch. Maybe not handmade hero scratch, but enough of a platform to be jump started without insisting you follow a playbook all the way to your goal. My own small way. I hope I can help introduce others to Bevy in an incrementally kinder way than those who came before me had to endure till perhaps until perhaps at Vision 1.0 we can I don't know, point to Bevy as the fifth part of the game dev pentagon. As the fifth point of the game dev star. And I think we're about to get ads. So I am going to find out what mischief that dog's getting up to. I'm pretty sure digging in the garden is involved. Not a mainstream choice. Perhaps. The blender of the open source game engine world. Hey, no worries, Dan. Thanks for stopping in. Have a great sleep. Spicy and delicious. Okay. Whew, very spicy. All right. Yes. Now, I'm no Chris Biscardi, but who has become, how do I say this without, excuse me, minimizing his input, de facto a kind of Bevy ambassador. Now, he needs a link, probably to his YouTube, I think is best. I suspect it'll just be his name. That does look correct. Let's read back a little. A 51-year-old. Wait a minute. Correct hyphenation. I am so going to ask the robot. Correct hyphenation. 51-year-old. Really? I did not know that. Indie game dev wannabe. Oh, spicy enough to make your nose run. in this phase of my Bevy education, am I overusing italics? I am, aren't I? I've turned to the trivial label. In fact, let's link this. GitHub label. It has become as a way to engage projects and begin to understand the next layer of the what I might need to know to help us move the needle a little further into the green. At least for some values of green. Usually from people more familiar with the holy trinity of game dev, Unity, Unreal, and Godot. You can feel free to throw GameMaker in there too, making it convenient 4-pack of indie goodness. I heard about Bevy Engine years ago when first beginning to play around with Rust and having dipped my toes into the now defunct Amethyst game engine. I first heard then that someone named Cart was working on a new ECS-based engine. And probably spent a few short hours fumbling around with an early version. I didn't think at the time I had understood that making games was something I could just go out and do. I had a few false starts, and in the back of my mind, as perhaps many of us do, I knew I probably had one good game in me. It's the novel in the drawer phenomenon. And I knew in my heart, I was a long way from being able to produce anything real. but it's the Amiga 500 was consigned to history. Including one a nurse and latterly one as a software engineer, largely self-taught. I became a Linux native and explored many other areas of tech beside, around, and beneath that area zone. I subconsciously allocated to the magicians that built games from scratch. I flirted with Casey Muratori's Handmade Hero because its teaser trailer spoke to me on a hindbrain level. I suspect I don't have the ambition to completely write something from scratch the way Casey did it. My happy place? Just a little help. A foundation library or two. Something that gets out of my way and lets me do the things. The things that go beep. Then in October of 2023, Pirate Software happened. I don't know how many people on the planet are now attempting to move a box on a screen as a result of Thor Hall's encouragement. I know he's unlocked something powerful in many viewers of his near daily Twitch streams. And YouTube shorts. There seems to be something extraordinarily compelling about standing back and giving permission to an audience of misfits and malcontents that they might perhaps be capable of feats of nerdhood they had been suppressing up until now. It certainly had a catalytic effect on me. So around about Bevy 11, I jumped back in, a 51-year-old indie game dev wannabe. Why Bevy? It doesn't arrive with a package of pre-installed game goods, after all. It has no editor, no point-and-click object placement, drag and connect scenes, or built-in asset management interface. Any alkalite must face the daunting blank page in a text editor, the first in a series of scary boss fights on the way to an initial executable. To a programmer, Bevy's savior is the ECS. Treating most parts of your work as rows in an in-memory database is a compelling premise, and to my delight, it was easy to begin to see patterns emerge early in my Bevy apprenticeship. Retrieve and move your player? Query it. I want that to happen every tick, run on the update schedule. It was starting to make sense. I could see, even if I didn't understand many of the more esoteric concepts underpinning the engine, rendering, shaders, hell, even scheduling, that the building blocks I already had available could be used to construct playable games. It even seemed to be simple enough to build web targets, WASM for itch.io, Windows, Mac, and mobile without having to leave the comfort of my dark blue terminal. Why? Even now, I'm not sure I can adequately answer that question, except to say that it felt right. The patterns I was seeing in the terminal made the patterns in my brain start lighting up with possibilities. I could see a community emerging around the engine that made sense to me too. And playing the long game, getting games out there, while helping to build the infrastructure for more, forms a key part of the way I like to approach the world. Open source. I've always liked being part of the solution. I'm never the fastest to arrive there, but stubbornness and hope in equal measure can get you a long way. I feed off being an early adopter because it seems to me if you're going to learn a field, you may as well learn it from scratch. Maybe not handmade hero scratch, but enough of a platform to be jump started without insisting you follow a playbook all the way to your goal. I'm no Chris Biscardi, who has become a kind of de facto Bevy ambassador, but in my own small way, I hope I can introduce others to people to Bevy in an incrementally kinder way than those who came before me had to endure, until perhaps at V1 we can include Bevy as the fifth point of the game dev star, the blender of the open source game engine world. It's September. It's been almost a year, and it's Bevy's 4th birthday. As usual, I was a little late to the party. Bevy is moving rapidly in a variety of directions, some of which I recognize. Some still seem magical and unfamiliar. In this phase of my Bev education, I've turned to the D-Trivial GitHub label as a way to engage with the project and begin to understand what I might need to know to help us move the needle a little further into the green, at least for some values of green. So thanks, Bevy. Why, Bevy? Why is it highlighting that way? Oh, I see. in one sense, because it's a challenge. Because it's surrounded by a community. Something about future. Something like it so obviously has a future. About which I remain irresistibly curious. At this point, I really need to know how it turns out. Thanks to Kurt, Alice, and all the maintainers. And the community at large. Here's to the next birthday. can find all the other birthday posts here. Okay, I think we're good. By the way, you should try this too if you haven't already. I've been met with nothing but patience and a little kind re-education. Despite various false starts. Honestly, dog, chill out. It's fine. Everybody's okay. All right, we're good. Yes, 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 and yes. Okay. Bevy turns. What did I call it? Why am I recording a... Stop that. Bevy turns 4. Okay. We made it. We made it. Well, that was a bit of a static site generation adventure. Now, make sure that actually publishes. Which is going to be hey, there it goes. It's a bit cliche, but that's okay. Should probably dial down the font size and the code samples. I wonder what it looks like on mobile. Oh, it's great. Actually, it's easier on mobile than everywhere else. Yeah, the code samples are too big. I'll fix that at some point. All right. Always late. Always late. May as well dump it in the Showcase as well. I don't know. It's not really a showcase. Images, videos, and links are okay. Tutorials, devlogs, streams, job postings, and projects. Doesn't really fit. Tutorials? It's not really a tutorial. I suppose someone could tell me if it doesn't belong in Showcase. Predictably, I was much too late to Bevy's 4th birthday. So here. All right. Cool. We did it. We did it. Where's my message file gone? There it is. It's being a bit slow. Okay. Done. Now. What's the time? 3:15. Cool. We will get some tea in the next ad break. But in the meantime, let's get into some Bevy. So, Bevy. Cool. Let's update our branch. Upstream, main. See all the work that everybody's been doing. Lots of work. Entity commands, runner, component, render phase, mesh, lib, pipeline. Examples readme. Camera orbit and projection zoom both got changed. That's interesting. Did I do that projection zoom change? I can't remember. Did I? I genuinely can't remember. Let's look. Projection zoom. Blame. Actually, no. Yes. Well, it's pretty much all me. So I guess I did. Must have been a merge from something else I was doing. All right, let's go get push main to update our local, update our fork. Nice. And then we will go back to, what do we need to do today? We've got a couple things to finish. Split zoom and orbit into separate examples. This one. I like it better because it's harder to typo here. Yep. It's labeled trivial, so if I continue my backwards quest, I'll eventually get to it. Okay, cool. Right, so the feedback was we don't know if we need to add roll. We can also do this and this. Okay. Traditionally controlled by the mouse. I don't know if it's better. I'm fine with it being the mouse too. I just quite like the fact that the keyboard's involved. No. Maybe we could have both. I guess mouse would be the obvious choice. So we'll yeah, that's right. I've already read this PR. And that's all been merged. Good. Okay, so first thing, let's convert to mouse. So we're working with the branch. Was it add zoom projection examples? No. Yes? Split examples. Get rebase main. Conflicts on projection zoom, as you would probably expect. Did we take that out? I can't remember. I don't think we did. I think we're about to get ads, so I will make another cup of tea. Because it is essential. Absolutely essential. All right, so I don't see any comment about me removing that comment. Okay. Now then, T has been established. Excellent. All right, now we need to. Have we completed our merge? Yes, we have. Oh, cargo, really? I don't want that. No, not lock. Oh, okay. Category camera. So that's what's in head. Oh, I see. Okay, yes, we do want that. I think that's it. Okay. I'm on the right branch. I am on the right branch. Oh, I haven't done the origin, really. 2580 split examples. Cool. All right. So that can go away, and we've done our rebase. And now we need to fix probably controls. Not in projection zoom though. We need to, oh wait, maybe it is in projection zoom. Those are the camera orbit changes. These are, oh right, so are there any actual projection zoom changes? Camera orbit, yeah, no. All right, so let's do camera orbit. Let's convert it to mouse movement. And follow this example here. So let's look at the source rather than that. It's often nicer to have a faster horizontal sensitivity. Oh yeah. So should I just, I mean, why am I doing this if this already exists? Because it's first person, right? So we should definitely have a C also. Is there a way to refer to yeah. C also. Can we go to the examples? That's the only C also in examples. Is it just called first person camera? First person view model. Example, which does something similar but as a first person camera view, I guess. All right, so we do that and then we control using the mouse. So should we apply the other feedback first, maybe? So Jan thinks times equals speed. Where is speed? Oh, I see. Sure, that seems reasonable. Actually did something quite similar the first time around with this. Hello, little puppy. Yes, I am aware of your presence. You are very cute. Good puppy. Good puppy. Okay, and then you're saying do this. Camera settings, orbit speed. You're saying, I see, because we've incorporated it is what you're saying? Right. Yeah, sure. I get it. Okay, that's cool. That makes sense to me. And then take this up here. And then establish the new ones. Has he said anything about any of that? Let target as vec30. Yeah, sure. Perfectly sensible. In our example, it's a static target, but this could easily be customized. Yeah. Okay, good. So that deserves a slurp of tea. And let's look at the mouse. Let's look at the mouse. We're going to be using accumulated mouse motion. Is it mute? Probably not, right? Res accumulated mouse motion, mouse wheel, accumulated mouse. Where is Rust Analyzer? This is my question. Mouse wheel. Accumulated mouse scroll, maybe? Yeah. So by all accounts, this should be scroll, like so. Then keyboard input goes away. And time for mouse motion is not a thing. So wait a minute, where did the delta pitch? These are not initialized anymore. What is happening? Oh, I see. I see what I've done. So okay. Now we go. We're not going to be using accumulated mouse scroll. I do not know what I'm talking about. And we're not going to be using res time. Mouse motion is one of the few inputs that should not be multiplied by delta time. The reason is yeah. But we will multiply. Well, we've got speed, right? So we'll probably do something similar to. Yeah. We already get the full movement that happened since the last frame. Yep. As we are already receiving the full movement since the last frame was rendered, multiplying by dt here would make the movement slower than it should be. Appear slower or just slower? Slower. And it should be fine now to just use this value. But in terms of camera settings, we can now go orbit speed Y, orbit speed X, and yeah, we can subdivide it a little. Oh, you right, baby? Coughing and spluttering going on. So let's go pitch, speed, pub, your speed, and roll speed. Okay. So delta pitch can now be camera settings, pitch speed, your speed, and roll speed. And then we need to set them. Now we can either do that as a default in the way that Jan has done it. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Quite like it, really. Camera settings. Do I repeat comments? Seems weird. Maybe I'll comment on specific things. So what are we talking about? Pitch speed. It's nice to have the same information but in a different format, or similar information. Let pitch limit equals frac pi. Pitch speed, pitch range, roll speed, and yaw speed. Okay, I really want Rust Analyzer back. Duplicate key, camera orbit. Oh, I screwed up, huh? Maybe that's why Rust Analyzer is having trouble. Camera orbit, yeah. Okay. I did screw up. Should have probably cleaned as well, but never mind. Be surprised if this works, yeah. Okay, camera orbit. Now we got Rust Analyzer. Expected bang. Really? Oh, yeah. Still expected bang? Why are you expecting bang? Oh, okay, we're done. Okay. What's wrong with this? Expected comma. Completely reasonable. Okay. Yeah. Conflicting implementations, really? Where else do I do it? Too many defaults. Ah, because I'm deriving it. Duh. Okay, now we get to change the orbit. So we're using accumulated mouse motion. What's your problem here? Oh, yeah. And then we start adding things from accumulated mouse motion. Yeah. And the delta is accumulated mouse motion delta. Oh, that makes it a lot easier. In fact, we can probably remove all of this. And so we're saying if delta isn't 0, I mean, I don't know if we necessarily need that check. But maybe we do. Okay, and then we're going to modify, right. So it's going to be delta x times camera settings pitch speed. Let delta roll delta y z. So I guess this will be a case where someone might expect to see you're there. Yeah, something like that. Oh, there's no Z? Really? Oh, we were going to use the buttons, weren't we? I forgot about that. Yeah. So we actually need the mouse buttons. And there's no such thing as accumulated mouse buttons. Mouse button. Mouse button input. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's do the pitch and yaw first. Perfectly reasonable. Probably end up applying roll or figuring out roll first. Not sure. Let's try it and see if it works. Sure, I'll update. Why not? Oh, badness. What is your beef? Oh. Orbit. Doesn't like orbit. Can't be an into system. I'm probably returning the wrong thing. What is your problem? Not a valid system configuration, you say? I will have made a stupid mistake somewhere. And I will attempt to find it now. And that would be it. Really feel like those errors are too challenging. Okay, well, first of all, this already looks too fast. Whoa, that's fast. Okay, good to know. Let's ramp that way down. Still too fast. Very, very fast. Feels like it's a playing roll even though I didn't want it to. So let's, probably because of the 0 roll actually. Yeah. Let's not change the roll. What on earth values did they use? Oh my god, okay. So, all right, good. Very, very tiny ones. Very tiny. .003 and .002. Okay. My goodness. Okay, now it's slightly more controllable. But there was a thing where someone was moving the pointer back into the center of the screen, and I think that's sensible. But yeah, this is much more controllable. But we're getting the wrong input, doing the wrong thing. So pitch is yaw and yaw is pitch. It's still very difficult to control. What was the comment? It's often nicer to have a faster horizontal sensitivity than vertical. Quite difficult to control. Compared to the keys, at least. think if it stayed in the middle of the screen, if the pointer stayed adjusted to the middle of the screen, it might be easier. You move it right around the window and then come back again. I suspect that's what the position adjustment I saw in the earlier example was doing. So that's your, I guess. But it doesn't feel easy to control. In fact, if anything, it's rotating as I move up and down. Oh, is this because I mucked up the XYZ thing? It is, isn't it? Bet that's what's going on. I don't see why, but maybe this will be my aha moment. To me, that seems to be yawing when I mean to pitch. And then lateral movement is, yeah, pitch, so that's backwards. So what have I done? Delta pitch is delta X. Yeah, that's what's wrong. Make sure that that corresponds with what I'm seeing here. Pitch is delta Y, yeah. Oh, Quellis and code. Ah, it's an enormous raid. It's a double raid. Who do I shout out? Let's shout out code, because on my screen, code was first. Code 807. Thank you. That's very kind of you. How is everybody? Quellis and code raid. A simultaneous explosion of Quellis and code. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean. What have you guys been up to today? I, Grim Kitty, am participating in a raid where I've been requested to deliver a message to you immediately upon entering. That message is as follows, and I quote, Quellis and code raid. Yeah, I'm doing orbiting, or I'm trying to. This is my very exciting example. It's so exciting. Oh, thanks for the follow, the fun guy real. The real. Okay, so now we've got pitch operating in the correct pitch direction and yaw operating in the correct yaw direction. This is good. We're making progress. Oh, and 2 more follows. Thank you. I am in VinMuser. You are correct. Oh, thanks for the follow, Green Kitty. Camera orbit. Yeah, so I'm trying to write the example for Bevy for camera orbiting. There's already a first-person camera that does something similar, but this is the next bit of the puzzle. So I feel like I want to increase the sensitivity a little bit, to be honest. Anyway, hey everybody, my name is Spacey. I do Rust and Bevy development, Bevy engine. And yeah, hi. Thank you very much for coming to visit me. I've had a maximum of 2 people on my channel watching me do this today. Because I'm scintillating. Okay, sensitivity. Let's mess with sensitivity. Let's go pitch speed 2, yaw speed 3, which is what the other example uses. And let's try that on for size. Ignore the keyboard because I've changed that to mouse. Yeah, this is better. They were right. It is better. Okay, yaw, pitch. And now we want, I want roll. They said not to bother with roll, but I like roll. I think roll's cool. So we might put that on the mouse buttons. See if we can implement that as our last little step. But yeah, that's pretty ergonomic. We can do things with that. We're happy about that. Don't make you too dizzy, hopefully. So let's try implementing the buttons. And I might need to look at a bit of example code for that. We've got orbiting. What were the two of you up to? Is it inverted? I don't think so. I'm guessing that Zola is not the wedding website, but the static site generator. You are correct. I was building this. Eloquent. I can't spell my own website. Geek Games P. A bloggy kind of thing. Using Zola, which is a Rust-based static site generator. Blog, and writing a post about my experience with Bevy. And there it is. Yeah. What were the two of you up to today? I haven't caught your stream in like at least a week, I don't think. Streams, I should say. Okay, roll. So we need to do mouse button input. So we do it in this kind of way. We do it like mouse button input, yeah. If does not equal left, continue. Mouse pressed equals mouse pressed. Handle user mouse input for panning the camera around. I want left to be roll left and right to be roll right. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. What do I have? But wait, why? What is mouse pressed? Why are we storing that as a res? Let me just grab this. Oh, I see. So it's waiting to see if it'll only scroll around when the mouse button is pressed. I gotcha. I gotcha. Let's go with this. If button event button, we'll go with let delta roll equals 0. And that should be mutable. Boop-a-doo. In mouse buttons. Is mouse button left, then we will increment delta roll slightly. So we'll go delta roll minus equals actually 1. And then if button event button equals mouse button right, delta roll plus equals 1. And then the only thing is there could be a whole bunch of events in there and we're not accumulating them in any way. So I don't think there's such a thing as accumulated mouse buttons yet. So let's go delta roll times equals, do I have to multiply it by speed or not? By delta time or not? Delta roll times equals camera settings roll speed. And what is your problem here? Oh yeah, we don't need that. And then we will not define this here because we will uncomment this. And then see what happens. Okay, it's worth a try. It's worth a try. It's worth a crack, mate. It could be worth a crack. All right, so we got this happening, and then we hit the left mouse button, and nothing happens. Oh, and I think I know why, because it won't happen unless you're moving the mouse at the same time, which is not great. What am I missing? What am I missing? Let's output delta roll so that we can see what's going on there. Let's go dbg delta roll. Because maybe nothing's happening. Delta roll 0. Okay, it only happens. It happens once when you let it push it down and once when you let it off. And it's a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of a value. Okay, interesting. All right. So I feel like we would have to make the roll speed quite a lot bigger, for one thing. So let's call that, I don't know, 2. But also, I feel like I'm not handling the button press correctly. So we'll need to figure that out too. Okay, well, nothing's happening, but I need to be able to detect whether it's pressed or not. And it looks like that resource is the way they're doing it there. But let's look up the docs for button input. DRS Bevy, mouse button, input. So you get the button, we get the state, and the window. The state can be the pressed state. Okay, so if it's pressed, basically. Oh, is pressed. Is this button pressed? All right. Example found in repository. Button event state is pressed. Okay. Let's go back to that area. Let's take this away. Just to uncomplicate matters, hopefully. And we'll get rid of that because it's not really telling us anything. And then I think what we actually want is button event state is pressed if button event state. Yeah, that's not the best viewers though. You're wrong about that. You're so wrong. I just can't even tell you how wrong you are. State is pressed. Yeah, something like that. I mean, you could match it, but it seems hardly worth it for 2 options. I don't know. I feel like I'm not quite hitting the answer here. I mean, you could use the resource, but I just don't know if I want to. Oh, well, it's rolling. It's only happening once, but it's rolling. Maybe that's why we need the resource. It's definitely rolling. It's just rolling in a very, very large quantity. So we've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. Let's try this. That's too small. Maybe 0.1. Still too small. Yeah, it's probably too big. So if we're using, we'll call it 0.05 for now, and we'll just try and get it working continuously rather than like that. So we need a resource. So they are using, oh, we're going to have some ads in a sec. Please feel free to, go and make a cup of tea, stand up and have a stretch. While we feed the ravenous beast that is Twitch advertisement. I won't be doing anything too exciting while they're on. Okay. Let me see here. We got mouse pressed is a resmute mouse pressed. Which is a bull. So there's no way to tell if it's being held down. You have to do it yourself. It's kind of annoying. So is press doesn't do it for us? I would have thought. How is it defined? Button state pressed. I think because it's an event, it's like a one-off thing, right? Now we got ads. Okay, so we need a resource. It's probably misleading because there are other things called state. Okay. So now we do that. And then we get pressed equals, actually pressed left equals true. Beautiful. In theory, we could put that in a different system actually, but let's just go. That means we can put delta roll is 0 if pressed left. But do we have to have a thing to release it? Or no, it'll just pick it up, right? Here we go. Button event is pressed, right? Right, and they changed it to mouse pressed, button event state is pressed. Yeah, that's fine. So we get the values out of those. And actually we could put this here just to keep everything together. Delta roll minus equals 1. Delta roll plus equals 1. Okay, now can we roll? Can we roll? Please let me roll. Hey, we're rolling. We're rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Okay, it's quite confusing. Give me back the other way. How do I... I'm pitching. Very confusing. Okay, so I feel like my pitch limit might not be being respected in some way, or else I can't just turn it around. Turn it around, damn it. Maybe because I rolled. It's almost like you want to move the mouse back into the middle of the screen. It should be quite tempting. I think the roll could be... See if the pitch limit is there. It should stop. And it does, so that it stops at 90. It's just my window wasn't big enough to do it. And then if I go around again, it should stop at 90 again, and it does. Okay, it's just a little fiddly. I feel like almost we need a tiny bit more speed. But yeah, we're close. So let's reduce the roll speed slightly. maybe 3, and increase the pitch speed and your speed very slightly to see if we can get a full range of motion when we're... Yeah, to me that's about right, I think. Okay, so let's adjust the instructions. So instead of WS pitch, it's mouse. Hey, thanks for the follow, Code Wonderland. How you doing? Mouse up or down. Mouse left or right. And mouse buttons. Yeah. Or hold mouse buttons. I don't know. Okay, that seems about right. Oh, we should do a team shout out. We haven't. Well, we did one earlier, but Hypnotic's still on, Practical's on, Yaren's on, Luke Wolf Games, everybody's on. Finding Focus Dev. Okay, so that's good. That should show up as our instructions. Up or down pitch, left or right yaw, mouse buttons roll. I mean, it is quite difficult to control. Would it be easier if the mouse was central to the screen? Like if it just always returned to the center of the screen? Probably, right? And can you do that? I feel like you can control the mouse position, right? Does it overcomplicate the example? But then how would you mouse out of the program? Yeah, that doesn't seem great, right? You would have to provide some kind of escape key. Yeah, maybe we'll just submit this and see how we feel about it. So let's do a couple things. First, let's commit this. No, let's run the where is the template? There it is. Build template pages. Do that. And we could run the CI, but I'm reasonably confident that we're okay now. So let's just add this and this. Apply PR feedback. Switch to mouse. And then I think that was all. So Yeah. I couldn't resist keeping roll in because I played too much Elite as a youth. It's possibly a tiny bit difficult to control, but seems to work okay. Actually, one thing that might be good is to increase the distance from the camera, because then you wouldn't run out of space, right? Let's look at orbit example. Where's my camera orbit distance? 10. Let's try 20 and see what the effect is. Oh, what am I doing? You still run out of space, but it's a little better. Yeah, I think that's better. All right. Increase orbit distance. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's closed? Did I close? Oh, she merged it 2 days ago. Jeez. Oh, it's nice that I can read. Oh boy. Okay. How do I do that? Let's go done. Let's go security vulnerability. Which one? Yarn lock. Yeah. That's not an issue anymore. Those can all go. Okay. So now we need basically a new PR. So if I go back to Bevy, I never get back to the main area of Bevy. Pull requests. Which was, what was the PR? Oh, hey.
I got an interview with Beaver Cage.
It's exciting. 2-6. And I'm unmuted. Okay. Apply feedback from previous PR. Who's on for green at the moment? Who's the greenies? We got Hexadigital. We got L37, 37LN37. I don't know who that is. Do I not subscribe to them? I mean, do I not follow them? I do follow them. Okay, cool. Applies feedback from previous PR, which was... What was the previous PR? That one. 15135. Because it got caught up in the merge train. Don't think I need any of that. And what do we get? Camera orbit. Yep. I couldn't resist including roll both for completeness and due to playing too many games that implemented it as a child. CC Jan Hohenheim. Why draft? That must have been the last thing I did. Oh, damn, I split those. Whoops. That's not very tidy. Don't split default ample. I wonder if I should be multiplying mouse buttons, though. Did that other example do it? Used for camera motion. Same thing. Anyway, it works. They can tell me to stop it being bound by Delta time. Okay. All right, good. Hopefully that's not going to fail. And, oh no, that was just cancelled. So now we need to look at my other PR, which is work in progress and runtime manipulation of asset handles. Oh yeah. So Alice's comment was, will technically work, it showcases the way you can mutate a handle to change the effect, but I think it's probably better to store the different kinds of birds in an enum component with an associated method to find the path and another to swap to the next variant. Okay, cool. Demonstrate the difference between mutating a handle and mutating the asset. Changes all match copies. All right, cool. So first of all, let's turn it into an enum. So the current version of this is 3130. That one. And if we go alter sprite and cargo run alter sprite, that one. Apparently Rust Analyzer would like me to wait. Okay. Space swaps image texture paths. All right, so we hit space and we swap and we swap and we swap and we swap and swap. Okay, cool. Now, we turn the birds into an enum. So bird struct birds. No, struct bird. Or enum bird, in fact. And then we get I guess bird versus, or logo small versus large or something like that. I guess, what do we call them? Small and large. That seems silly, but, or logo only, logo with text. I don't know, it seems pedantic, but it might work. Then we go import bird and we say, what do we say? We say get path or find path or slef. Oh, so these should probably wrap a handle, right? Should they? Should they? Actually, before we do much of anything else, should we just update get rebase main? Oh, get stash rebase main. It's probably going to take me a while to get right. And then FN get path and what? Swap to the next variant, right. Oh, I think I see where you might be going with this. So for example, you could do two string. What? Yeah, I've done something really weird here. When we look at, where was the example where I saw this done? Enums that encapsulate types. Oh, it was in the Zoom thing, right? Projection zoom. Yeah, scaling mode. Fixed vertical equals orthographic scaling mode. So that is in projection. That's in projection. Yeah. So pub enum projection, and then it wraps another type. This is definitely going to take me a bit of thinking. Definitely going to take me a tiny bit of thinking. Huh. So I can't just wrap a literal. That obviously doesn't work. I could create a type for it, but that feels weird. Why don't I? Let's figure out the getting the path thing first. So I'm assuming I can go match self, logo, branding, Bevy, bird, dark, PNG, two string, I guess. Why does it keep saying that? Yeah, so it's got to return a string. Okay. What is your issue with this? Oh, yeah. So get path is never used. It probably needs to be public. Don't know about that. So now we can go. Now we can go. Wait, the other one is to get the next handle, right? Next, another to swap to the next variant. How would I do that? I've been going for 5.5 hours. It's been a bit of a day. Probably wrap up towards, well, actually, it's almost 3. I should probably wrap up soon. Get the dog out, I do believe. Yeah, maybe I will. So my brain is definitely starting to fade. So let us go and raid a person such as Finding Focus Dev. Let's go and raid Finding Focus Dev. They are a nice place to spend some time. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Oh, thanks, Taxer492. I appreciate that. And yeah, welcome back anytime, man.